Probably go to Grubs, I'll be honest. I'm saying I'm going to
chaos and violence and nightmares. No, I'm not good. That's not what I care about this. Nobody told you what to do.
Fantastic game, man. And I've been trying before my stupid team's called progressive.
Yeah.
else to do this. Yeah, that was really jungle. And then to that, it's the cows.
Ja. Har du spilt Where Winds Meet?
Hæ?
Har du spilt Where Winds Meet?
Jeg vet ikke hva det er.
Ok, la meg vise det. Du liker Genshin, ikke sant?
Jeg vet ikke, det er pretty good.
Ja, det er basically Genshin China, Wuxia China edition.
Chinese Genshin.
Ja, sånn Chinese Genshin. Sånn realistic Chinese Genshin. Den har også litt sånn MMO mechanics. Du har liksom...
Nei, det er sånn kutt der en kar som hopper der på slatteret på han her fremme. Er det?
Ja, den der du liksom går gjennom liksom... Du går opp i lufta, og så går du...
Nei, det er ikke det.
Ok, det er ikke den da. Men den er free to play. Ja, den er ok, jeg vet ikke, ass.
Det går bra, mann. Jeg er ikke lyst til å få så bryt her.
Så bra social score nå. Med support.
Jeg bytta bort det.
Damn, ok.
Ja, godt det.
Og de banna Blitzcrank.
Jeg vet ikke om du vil, men jeg kan se det.
Jeg tror vi kommer til å like den pikken her i Banish.
Well.
Well... Faren tok en masse inn i en ny kommand.
That was her.
Looks like my fault.
That
it seems like,
white collar Malphite.
Here's the one. Come on.
Marble Malphite.
Poor boy.
Oh, Tyler. Ja, så där jävla Malphite. Vad fan, jag kommer inte ihåg det nu.
Ja, vi har en counter av Silas. Han bara går en push.
Malphite, vi verkar ta din ult. Han kan ta Yasuo's ult med Kogas i leden av ut. Så där är I don't like to lose it. Tiger doesn't like it. I don't like to lose it. What you doing there, son? Whoa! What you doing there, son? Whoa! I've heard crafting material from a 3,000-year-old tiger clear. Damn.
There's some back in the
Crazy back. Cái hỏi rồi.
Nó phải à đúng. Kommer de ikke vet hvor lov det er, de får ikke inn på oss.
WWE. Yakin mo? Okay, yakin mo.
Where the hell is Jenkins? The honor. Needless to say, everybody's Jonah. It's precious.
Teka, bu... Kaya tayo ito.
Gosh.
These eggs is not going to be eaten and the others arrive.
Just a minion.
Wah, gila kan? Gitu gitu.
If you can know your Jonah, you can know you.
Wah!
Holy my team.
Namanya tuh birain nih.
Yeah, virtual weapons.
Every place is beautiful. Every place is
Dia wanit nih. Ada di sini, ada di sini. Ada.
Not even close. Oh,
What's the game, man? Time to deep breath. Woo!
Oopsie.
すごいし。I 100% the minion.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Music application over. Back to work.
Another. Lovely heroes. What?
This is very exciting. Everything is going great.
That's juggled.
Telescope Mephalsi. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Oh my god.
Go without, but never die. It was the world is Nico's oyster. It's also a good thing. Things like that. Nico might have a thing for birds. And some people.
super fortress.
Abi 40 kere hamburger çıkıyor.
Ya evet, gördüm şimdi zaten. Üstelik böyle kalıyor.
So ask not one where wins smoothly. Ask not was
Ja, det er egentlig altså. Jeg skal være ærlig, jeg er enig.
det er pathetic. Der kan gå liksom represented her kanskje da dårlig.
Everybody's grandma. That's perfect.
Nakaka
Your team has destroyed the turret.
That's my support. Lama is the one who wants Master Evil. Lama kecewa nak berbicara. Lama mana ini tahu ya? Karena lama kita pernah datang berapa? Kita berbicara. Kau fakir berapa mana itu? My goodness.
Damn.
Nico cracking her Nico can.
Jeg tror kanskje hjernen min tenker at Warden bare er ally, ass.
Jeg var her, men da begynte de å løpe til meg. Jeg også var litt, han var der. Ikke.
Sånn. Sånn. Ja, men det er så klart, kanskje.
Jeg fikk ord, men... Jeg vet ikke. Ja.
Jeg må skal tenke gratis Ezreal Midman.
Ja, du kan ikke se at han er død allerede.
Sejin prøver å komme. Uff, jeg er som en ADC må ta red på foran, eller?
Ja. Du rejected, du døde.
Nei, han måtte cue meg, så han brukte Q. Han hadde ikke Q lenger.
Ja, han hadde ikke for i fighten var over. Du bare...
Like, instead of someone stealing, what do you
Jeg finner han, jeg er valuable, jeg er i vision. Vi skal få Drake. Sweet.
Mer damage.
Jeg vet, jeg får ikke lenger shield av Wolf, men det er ikke en ting det.
Jeg vet ikke, han er på men.
Jeg kan få litt mer.
Jeg er glad i møtet. Det var kjempe.
Liksom gå men så hvordan du brukte Nico hunden.
Jeg er on hit damage, og jeg har en AOV som begynner en game, let's go. Og det er derfor at jeg ut av 4 stykker jeg vant ut av Erigori. Selv om vi er 1 billion gold behind. Det er litt spesielt meg faktisk 2 ganger, han har bommet 2 ganger før. Jeg ser ikke, jeg har bare bommet. Holy my support! Det var langt jævlig, det var langt, det var ikke lenger. Men det er langt til det, da kommer det. Jeg var ikke gammel. Jeg var misfornøyd.
Jeg tror han hadde sånn lifestyle, han ville overleve sånn split second da.
Han var helt bedre mot Martin. Han var lifestyle under han er død, altså. Men jeg er ikke så lifestyle liksom hvis han var litt under mot Martin. Jeg trodde han hadde lifestyle til han vant før.
Enemy Nico, Siv 1, vår Nico 1 Siv. Ok, på tide å vide meg så verste spill. Ser jeg altså ikke på den. Ser du, det er dette. Etterpå de tenker, å det er en film, så neste gang de ser altså på den.
Skal jeg spise bort? Vi lar ham.
Push a bot, more like open lid. Han bare, hvor er min shield? Det var herlig med fra 16 pluss, ja, sås.
Det er ikke sånn litt død. Jeg skal ikke spille sammen. Jeg er på nåden her på 80%. Nei, det er 80%.
Ja, bare gjør det.
Si hva da?
Ja, det kan. Det er som hvis det er mindre enn en uke, og mindre enn 2 teamspill. Du går på your...
Det er du? Jeg var det øyne. Det kan hende meg, det var ikke. Jeg kan ikke det.
Du klikker på...
Nei, jeg skal ikke 6 timer.
Ja, ok. Men 6 timer, ja, da kan du ikke. Du må bare være 6 timer. Mindre enn 2 timer. Ja, jeg tror spørten.
Du er på 80%, bror. Jeg kunne spart 100 kroner.
Jeg tror spørten, ass. Hva var spillet? Hva er det spillet?
Gangan Europa.
Du kan spille Where Wings Meet, man. Der er det 100 kroner. Og der du sparer en AAA title game.
Gata, bror. Jeg må spise noe.
Ok, greit. Oh shit, apropos jeg har morsom, så blir jeg
In 3.0, there isn't just hello guys, welcome back to Color Supplies. This time, hello guys, welcome back into Color Supplies. It's been a while a little bit. We have a rerun of the concept of the golden thread. It's called a different way, but it's the Covenant of the Water in the next patch, coming out at the end of the year. So it's not going to be exactly on patch, but it's going to be during. So it starts at December 20 and ends on January 4th. Now, during this period, they will do this is a banner, and for those of you who are new and don't know what this means, the golden thread means, basically it's a special banner that we had once in the past, and now apparently it's coming back, and I believe also CN is going to have it. Now, this is a gigantic, this site with Ever, I don't know, they also had to go back and, like, on the same part, change it because they thought it wrong. I don't know how. It was that wrong. Maybe they changed it. Maybe it wasn't meant to be wrong. Let's see. Maybe they changed it, and now it's good. Before, you can only do it once, you kill the banner, you get one of the two threads, and then you lose. The banner disappears. Right now, is you can perform up to 60 summons on this banner. Once you have 2 golden threads, I will not call it clean, because it's going to be confusing, and after you get 2 of them, the banner is closed, and it's guaranteed every 30. Now, the only thing that is not guaranteed is which type of golden skin you're getting. Oh, actually, I call it skin, I'm confusing myself. Which golden skin are you getting? 1 or 2 is you can't change. You can select it. It's gonna be random. So you might get 2 times the first, or 2 times the second, or 1 time the first and 1 time the second. Obviously, depending on the characters that you need the most, you might have a different plan, like, or aspiration, like I would like to get 2 number 1s, please, right? Now, when the banner is completed, it will leave, and it also behaves like a limited banner, so you will be obliterating your pools if you're pulling on this banner. Now, you can see the sum of the characters here, but don't be fooled, there's more than these. For example, in the golden skin 1, there is Patutu, Willow, Tuesday, Catania, Winston, Noir, Anna Lee, Voyager, and Barcarola. And in the second one, there is Recoleta, Flutterface, Samuel White, Pickle, Argus, Jerry, Gert, and Dylan Marcus. Almost, the good thing is that almost all of these characters are pretty good and usable on today's meta. Obviously, some of them are not like 2-0, and I know that a lot of people are not gonna hear anything besides 2-0, but let me remind you once again, because nobody does it, you don't need 2-0 to clear content. You don't. And you can see a lot of people, especially like Billy and stuff like that, a lot of people clearing the craziest content with the stupidest characters, quote unquote, stupidest. Right? Like the characters that nobody bothers even to build or to level up to obviously try hardening. But you know, if these characters are still plenty viable. Now, I will tell you which ones are the best choices right now. Now, for the Golden Skin 1, IMO, the best choices would be for your account if you don't have the character. It would be Patutu, Barcarola if you like Impromptu, Voyager, still the same reason if you like Impromptu, but obviously it's a replaceable character in the Impromptu team, so eventually she will be replaced. Or if you have regulars, then you replace Voyager with her. You don't have to bother getting Voyager from the selector. And then you have Anna Lee, which is about to get a Euphoria. We don't have it yet, but by the time the banner arrives, we will. So technically they will make whenever they come out, check if you like it or not, and then decide, right? Winsong, even though she kind of disappeared from the top teams of the meta, is still a character that works, and it probably will be enough to kill everything. So, still a great choice. Catania, same, like it's still a great choice for like survivability and kind of Genesis means you can do that, but mainly survivability. Nobody else does that, besides maybe Patutu, which is a similar team-wide help of like rigid, fixing everybody to see what kind of stakes and all the damage. So actually it's not really the same. But it's kind of pretty good. Tuesday, still the core of Poison, whether or not you're playing with Willow, which is the character, or if you're playing with Ezio Poison, in case you play Ezio, in case you play the collabing of Ezio. Patutu, those characters, those here, you can put it everywhere, you can put it on Fua, you can put it on even on Poison with Ezio, you can put it on the new Daryl team, with the old Daryl, Patutu and Flutterface currently meta, because we don't have the other 2 characters for the Halo, but it's those 2 combos are like the go-to combo of the game. You can put Patutu in on the Nautica team as well, while you wait for Rubuska. Even if you don't plan on getting Rubuska for whatever reason, maybe you can't afford it and you really want to get the character instead, then you just use Patutu, right? But yeah, these characters are golden, so there's not much else I can say about Patutu and or Flutterface. Which is, speaking of Flutterface, on the golden screen too, with Recoleta, which is, even though it's not insane, much insane character anymore, it's still a very, very strong and viable team with Recoleta, and you can use Great and then you can use Moldir, and You can speak as well, so basically the ultimate tool you can do it later. Then you have flutter page, which again goes in multiple themes, including just like doing follow-up. Obviously, then specify the follow-up, but obviously if I put in flutter page, normally go on the follow-up if there's no needed anywhere else. Whereas if you want to do a follow-up, you can do the new Anjanala Iwan, whereas the new Calabana, whenever she comes out, if it do the Epiphany, Euphoria, the Epiphany CGN, like I don't know why everything is like Euphoria, Eureka, Epiphany, a little tangent, I don't know why this game, I really like the E words, Epiphany, Eureka, come on man. Symbol-wise, obviously, so Nautica, if you don't have Nautica, and people for the collector or just boxing anybody that is Mineral Argus, and B and Marcus, they basically play together, so if you want to make a Marcus team, and you don't have Marcus, then pick up Marcus. If you still have to do that laying around, you can get E1 and then play with Marcus, but it also works everywhere else, is auto-healing and boxing is pretty great. Go then for E1, for the E1 is Euphoria 1. For the collector team, if you happen to have one of the others, depending on the plans, right now this also for the Vancap, Marcus will do Euphoria for Vancap also as well. Pretty strong, and so these are the options, and you just have to decide, and like, okay, which one I want, if I get this, if I get that. Maybe you want to use 60 tools for this, if you can double screen, and maybe try to have access to all of these characters. Otherwise, just throw like 30 pools, see what you get, whatever you get, like boom. Also keep in mind that obviously if you have every character in here, you might want to, or every character in one of the screens, if you really have the characters, you can just opt for your 2-1, right? So some characters 2-1 can insane, like Baccarola for example. So keep that in mind, also like a lot of things Baccarola, they're insane. So keep that in mind, huge comeback for this banner. The golden thread, we had it in the past, was the golden thread. So let me know what you think. What are you going for? Remember, this is going to eat your pool, so don't break yourself right before battle. Be careful. Also, there's no Isolde there, so if you wanted to get Isolde for Veil, there isn't. But there's going to be an Isolde before the banner. You can just get that one, you can just get her there. So depending on your plans, be careful. I might make a new video for the planning, because a bunch of things have changed. Bloom is in the game, Banner is in the limited, we know the character, we know Igor and March are coming, we know the new, fuck off, the fucking, the new Euphorias. This banner now exists. There is a rerun of Tuterina and Aleph together, which we'll make a video tomorrow. So it's a little bit of a beefy time. They're going for your pool, they need to survive, right? So maybe I'll make a video, no maybe, I will probably make a video once I have everything set up for how to pool in this fucking trying times, right? So thank you for watching, let me know in the comments, what are you going for? Tell me your plans in the comments, and see you next time. To the current development strategy for this game. In the days when Blue Park was just releasing story character after story character with no real intention of providing a meta-focused gameplay, it was easy for us to hold a lot of clear drops and currency and cherry-pick the characters that we had the most affinity for. I think it should be apparent to everyone that they have moved away from this development model into a model that is focused on bringing as much excitement as they can to releasing more complex and more powerful units. With their efforts focused largely on the concept of archetype-based team building, I'll also highlight the alarming trend in power inflation they're introducing further into the video. Now, the question of whether the Endurance content itself is challenging and rewarding enough to warrant the investment into building these new teams is a different matter entirely, and I consider it still to be in the stages where it's debatable. Blue Park tries their best not to alienate their new players, but to provide them with enough avenues to catch up to the older veteran playbase within what I would approximate about 3 patches worth of time played. For that reason, the content is never overbearing to such a degree that it would make someone quit out of frustration. As it stands, Revelries in the Rain can and has been played over multiple patches since 2.7, borrowing Euphoria characters and team characters to choose certain fight units. Speedrunners in CN have been doing this for the last 4 patches, including patch 3.2, where all of 500 meters was cleared on a free-to-play account in 5 days. But this is a discussion left for another day. So the point I'm trying to make is that our currency, whether it's stores in the form of Unilogs or enhancement materials for Insight, Resonance, and Euphorias, they're all strength more than ever before. Whether you're free-to-play or a light spender, a dolphin or a whale, it has never been more important to pay close attention to the meta on the Chinese servers. I talked about this in the first retrospective video about Power Creep and expanding the existing content to allow players to solve more difficult puzzles like Revelries, and it seems like patch 3.2 is laying the foundations to move in that direction. So to touch again on why I note this segment, it isn't with the intention of spoiling future content for you, but to offer the best overview possible, so that eventually you can make the best decision for your own situation. This also serves to highlight the mentality of the Chinese player base for that patch, as well as serving as a record of sorts that you can reference later on to see the direction the developers had in mind when creating and upgrading content, as well as characters and archetypes. Anyway, that ended up being a little long-winded, so let's get into patch 3.2. Patch 3.2, A Flowing Boost, is the 2.5-year anniversary of this game, and as such, Loophop has made a considerable effort into creating new content, new quality of life, and most interesting is finally the introduction of a brand new archetype called Lingering Glow. To summarize a few noteworthy events and changes, there is a free random 6-die unit with static pool characters up to the end of Patch 3.0. It's a smart logic system and not completely random, so it prioritizes the characters that you do not own before getting dupes. There is a free 5-star selector, gone really are the days of 5-star reliability, as the power creep has moved significantly that it's hard to justify even the material cost to raise a 5-star character outside of a select few, but it's still a nice addition all the same for players starting in Patch 3.2 or as recently as 3.0. As well as the normal loot box, Loophop also gives us a free collector's loot box, where we have access to both the free and premium tracks. This results in a total pool income for free-to-play for Patch 3.2 being 121 pools. 71.2 worth of it distributed in the first half of the patch, 41.3 in the second half of the patch, as well as 9 extra unilogs from the Jukebox Premium track. Syndrome of Silence is Loopop's reimagined take on a story-driven roguelike mode. Their intention with this mode isn't anything quite as serious as some may have been speculating when they announced it. Instead, it's a blend of the Keystone Protocol as well as the windows to the other worlds. The rewards are likely seasonal in that the event itself lasts 73 days and mirrors similar patch event rewards that you purchase with story farmed currency. From my experience, having played this content about 8 times on increasing difficulty over 2 accounts, the power fantasy is at the heart of what the developers want to convey here. We start with a limited number of lives, collect passive bonuses as well as item-based bonuses for the archetypes Blood Ties, Dynamo, Lingering Glow, Ultimate, Rank Up, and Impromptu. By the end of the run, which usually takes slightly under an hour, you go from potato to doing well over a few million damage per round. Seriously, they decided to reuse the assets and fight logic that is available in Reveries up to 400 meters. There is a usual achievement collection game as well as a second hidden ending to discover. Although I might harbor some initial reservations, I think the mode has a lot of potential to deliver more story and unique power fantasy elements without being overbearing on the more casual community. Named Bulletin has gotten a significant update. This change, however, has divided opinions from the Chinese player base. The scoring system as well as the rewards have been divided up into more tiers. By that, I mean the now existing version of Named Bulletin, you just need to choose the rank of SSS to get the full amount of currency, which is usually around the 1 million damage mark. Also, the fight on our version tends to be extremely light and requiring very minimal defenses or sustain. The new revamped Named Bulletin has a scoring system up to 10 million damage per encounter, whereupon you unlock the last reward. The fights themselves also require you to consider defensive or at least a powerful hero like Katarina in order to ignore certain fight mechanics. In certain situations, you will not be able to last the full duration of the rounds without an undying mechanic from Revista or Necrologist. As a result, these fights end up quite demanding for those without strong rosters or specific characters that are used to these specific fights. For example, 2 out of 3 fights require you to have a high amount of AoE and sustain, and only 1 fight is a single target but has an extremely high survivability requirement. Add to this fact that the scores are now part of a witness system that visually represents the ranks on a player's profile. Over time, I fear that this will replace the existing metric of account progression from Limbo Lucid State to the depths of Reveries and Wailing Well to becoming the ultimate metric of how players represent their account strength. So the CN community has vocalized some of the negativity associated with adding a rank-based system. In this regard, sentiments such as requiring higher damage and defenses, as well as essentially selling the archetype that released with the patch in order to play efficiently on top of the rewards being largely untouched, has given rise to a lot of cost-benefit and FOMO arguments. For veterans that enjoy pushing names and pushing scores, it will be more demanding than ever before, and for the casual player base, they'll likely see a drop in the amount of currency they can get from names. Onto the meat of the patch. 3.2 releases the limited character Beryl Banus, who is the intelligence afflatus-based male DPS for the new archetype Lingering Glow. The character Bloom Tavernier is a boost afflatus sub-DPS for the Dynamo/Lingering Glow archetype. Additionally, the 4 characters are once again in the spotlight from the mixed reactions of patch 3.1's O Night. Loophop has certainly taken the criticism and made sure that 3.2's Euphoria characters are very competitive in the current meta standings and sufficiently strong in Reveries. So starting with Beryl, the Lingering Glow archetype is actually not as complicated as it may seem. The difficulty lies in the accumulation and sustain of the Lingering Glow value depending on the length of the fight. Both Halo, which Beryl provides, as well as the Burn debuff, contribute to the final value of Lingering Glow. The core mechanic is basically, at every 150 Lingering Glow stacks, Beryl does an early attack that is considered a follow-up attack called Destined Doom. She works by providing different variations of this attack based on which crystals she has equipped. Blue crystals give her follow-up attack a chance to trigger a second, smaller follow-up attack. Each blue crystal increases this chance by 33%. The blue versatility card created when equipped with blue crystals increases the counter towards the 150 trigger amount by 30, 45, and 75 points depending on its rank. Green crystals increase the rank of the Destined Doom follow-up attack, increasing the multiplier of the follow-up while also allowing only rank 2 and 3 cards to apply a small amount of halo. The green versatility card grants 1 skill rank to whichever skill is placed behind it in the action queue. Purple crystals increases the damage of the follow-up attack for every stack of Lingering Glow while also allowing ally skills to apply halo. The purple versatility card grants stacks of a buff called Vision, which is also the effect that is given by her S2, which reduces the amount of Lingering Glow needed to trigger the follow-up attack, Destined Doom, by a flat 50 points. In short, Double Blue focuses largely on doing as many follow-up attacks as possible. Double Dragon focuses on allowing rank-up characters to aid in the accumulation started racism? No, facts. I want to know who started racism, man.
Kullanış.
Who started racism? No, facts. I want to know who started racism, man.
No. Oh my. Harbi sentetim abi.
Helal olsun, nefes istemiyorum. Who started racism? No, facts. I want to know who started racism.
Baraga sor bravo.
Vi har sån där kapket också, jag tycker så. Jag lagde på driten, sen tar en A-kompis. Jag känner mig glad.
Of.
Att lära mig. Det kan jag inte dela med dig. Det kan jag få säga lite med mindre brummen.
Okej. I see. Sådär, sådär. Jag kommer alltid att glömma den giffen här men. er ferdig. Ja, Danish. Blunk 2 ganger hvis broren din har tatt av. Yeah. Er det sånn actually her? Jeg kan ikke høre det. Mikken din er mute. Make off i 5 minutter. Nei, jeg bare sier skal jeg starte da. Men... Ja, ok.
What's up everyone, I've been meaning to make this video for a while now, and it's really kind of give you an update on what's been going on if anybody's interested in my life. Obviously you guys always see me not streaming much anymore and uploading much anymore. There's some reason to it, but as far as trying to get an idea of what's really happening, I just decided to make this video. I think it was overdue. You can probably tell that I've been away from content creation for a while, and mainly, to be honest, it's because my interest in playing video games has been dwindling a lot, and that's partially because I now have a full-time day job, which I actually really enjoy, and it's more consistent in terms of my mental stability because the finances are a little bit better than like what it used to be for content creation. Because content creation, basically what it does is it gives you a decent amount of money if you're doing good, but the amount fluctuates a lot, and I've always had issues with like stability. But regardless of money, I pretty much lost interest in a lot of the games that I used to play. I think the only game I literally play right now is Zenless Zero, and that's just because I like the action aspect of it. I mean, the story's okay. I wouldn't say it's the best, but maybe that's just because I have been away from the whole lore world as of the last couple of years, so maybe just a little bit less interest, I guess. So what am I going to do going forward with content in general? I honestly don't know. Lately my interest has been obviously Zenless Zero, but I assume that maybe once or twice in like every 2-3 weeks. I have been very interested in trading card games. That's where a lot of my funding, my spending, like my gossip spending has been going into. And it's been pretty good. I always like TCG, so you probably, if you've been around, heard me talk about Pokemon, Riftbound that's coming out recently, Wild Sports. You guys probably seen some of the videos that I've done on live streams where I'm opening booster boxes. That's always been fun. And I'm pretty much a collector, player, and investor, all in like a big bundle. You could call me a scalper, but I honestly think scalping and investing is pretty much the same thing. It's just a way of how you perceive it. Maybe we'll come back and do something interesting in the future. Maybe it's going back to something that I did enjoy, or something new. I have no idea. But I'm just here to touch base on you, telling you all, if you're interested in what my life has been for the past like 2-3 months. Obviously, if you guys haven't keeping up with me in Discord, you probably got the news that, unfortunately, very sad, my father passed away last month, end of July. For the past month, it was pretty rough, obviously emotionally, but there's a lot of like, I didn't realize how much paperwork and a lot of the crazy document legal stuff that you have to go through, especially when somebody doesn't leave behind the will. That's been pretty rough on our family, just going through all the motions, paperwork, and all that stuff. Emotionally, I'm okay, I think. I know a lot of people have been very supportive and sending messages. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. There were definitely some days that it helped me feel better as I was reading some of these messages. Like, again, I really appreciate it. But that happened, and my life kind of changed overnight. And again, I feel a little better now because some time has passed and then some breathing has been done. But you know, it's obviously different. I am needing to go to Korea soon in a couple weeks.
Time to pick up some leaves. Hold on, acho que uma coisa ainda.
I'm back. Okay, what to do?
I want to feel fantastic. Yo, Mario. Vi har hatt litt scrap, vi har hatt litt knife, vi har litt hva som kjøper på. Dere kan fucking sy mail eller noe sånt. Ja. Ingen av dem har fått tatt sin gang, men...
Jag bara lackar här 2040.
Not look into the eyes of
To the flesh?
or fly into a sea.
I mean, full chaos or to the flesh? I cannot be.
I'm really afraid of Nick. I love the collective vibe. I like it.
Yeah, good stuff.
I'm gonna dance in my super fit.
Not good, but you can't avoid.
Biz bu şunu hemen sağ yapalım konuşarak.
One body. Okay. Every got Tapi one time tuh itu. Ada kan itu.
The enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Kamu otak gue? Kata bos kayak ini deh.
Ada kayak bakit English.
On comment.
A passport ad through.
Legal. Hello. Let him go. Ada captain udah broken. À nè, tôi đến rồi.
ready, Haley.
She'll get no flash. There's probably one soul missing.
Claro. Botar de Waka!
Shoot.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. killing spree.
Kaya solo baru gantung.
Apa lu?
Ini solo baru gantung. Setelah sama kamu, udah berapa?
You can think that go side of the comedy movie of the not to also go do side of the story.
Jag vet vad det är men jag ska finna.
The guy is okay.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed the turret.
Okay, we good. Drake's founded. Oh, you're to be. They control the points.
Lo más que estoy. Crystal clear off the back. It's coming rapid, of course. And head range. Connect all that contract. Yeah, leave it. alta porque la cuestión. Divided.
So that is. Hmm.
I got a message from the air. I won.
Throw that box out.
Veo que el bus sería que tiene. Aquí.
Throw that box out. And then so we don't do it. Mediums! That's us.
Estoy cagado. Pero
No, thanks. We'll get the blade facing back because I'm dragging the transform so we can get chill to the at the back. It's like using this for the wrong direction. Oh fuck, preventative also. Oh fuck. Hey, we got the ball. Yeah. Let's go. Watch this, watch this. Combo. Yeah, combo. Dragon.
no, deve ficar tudo. Pela pica botou.
Your team has deployed an inhibitor.
Não era isso. Eu tenho que ver.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Fuck that cousin. Look at that cook. And that's the cake too.
I have to ask the guy. I like it. Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed the turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
There are holes in reality. And in Ghana.
Gabriel'in birileri evren. Çok karısının da evini. Konuşup karşımda konuşuyor.
Jag bara la cake här ute. Det är fan landet. Det är kul för mig. Det är så finare faktiskt. Det är så mer galliga fan än mig.
That is good.
Boşver geçişleri profesyonel ekmek misin?
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Arasından şurada inisiyatif.
Çok büyük bir tek çok büyük.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Resmen başladı. Seferade.
Evet.
Mal var betsin abi. Çok müzik alt koruyla kanka.
The enemy's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay.
Epic static is full current to exit.
The eye that looks ahead for the same course is closed forever.
After 3 seconds. Oh, that's okay, like.
Every day, every season.
See if I ever finish it.
The enemy Decepticon is really bad. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Damn. Oh, easy. Win games with an open nexus. Men vi hadde ikke en open nexus, hadde vi?
I don't think.
I remember again.
What is you crazy? Because I also have to take care of like the career side of my father's stuff, and I'll be there. I don't know how long, maybe like a little bit less than a month, who knows. But I'll be gone, and during that time, I'm not gonna really do anything with live streams or anything like that. I'll probably maybe post stuff here and there on Twitter or X. But that happened, and to be honest, I want to come back and enjoy content creation again, but only under the context of me doing it because I'm having fun, rather than me doing it trying to be a content creator or trying to make money doing it. I think that's where everything kind of went wrong about like 2 years ago when, I don't know if you guys remember, I was like super stressed out, super depressed, like going through therapy and stuff. And that was partially because in hindsight, like me going through problems financially and then like not understanding what to do with the future and then, all the up and downs of the analytics of being a content creator, I realized as soon as I got into that realm, everything was just not fun, everything was depressing. And so if I ever do come back, like, I wouldn't say full time, but like, to dabble in content creation again, definitely I want to do it on my own terms. Definitely I don't want to do it for money because even sponsorships, oftentimes, if you guys don't know, they have a lot of say on what you can portray and what the final video and product would be. And it almost feels like you're working for a boss, and I never enjoyed that. I never liked it. Obviously, sometimes you do it because the money's good, but every time I do it, I'll just be like, like, maybe next time I won't take any sponsorships. But then sometimes I come back and do it. It's a big mess. Sometimes you gotta pay your bills, sometimes you really don't want to do it. Next time I come back and do content creation, I hope that it's under my own will for purely enjoyment rather than much of anything else. Just to give you guys a heads up on like what kind of situation I'm in with like some of the Hoyoverse streams that I've been playing. Genshin Impact, I don't think I'll be going back, sadly. I know a lot of people have found me through Genshin Impact, but I don't think I'll be going back. Not because I hate the game, but because I honestly don't have the energy and time to play the game. It's just daunting. It's a lot of pressure. And I'm pretty sure if I do something that I don't enjoy, it kind of shows on screen, even though I might deny it at some point, but, Genshin's cool, but I don't think I'll be going back anytime soon, if ever. Sorry, y'all. I don't think I'll be going back. You know, it's been like 2 years almost that I haven't played. It's too far gone. I don't think I'll be going back. Sometimes the third? I don't know if I'm going back either. I love the game. It's just, I can't get myself to play the long lengthy hours of the story of all these games realistically. Like, games are super long. Story is super long. Tennis is kind of getting there, so I'm kind of like scared. Tennis used to be like 1 or 2 hours per story kind of thing, but now it's like 3-4 hours per type. I'm like, we'll see what happens from here. You know what I mean? So we'll see. But all in all, we'll see what happens. I don't think I'll be doing anything very special in terms of the Hoyo thing besides, then for now, just enjoy playing it for myself. Like, even if I'm not streaming it off stream, I do play it every day because it's really fun. And that new game that's coming out, the Anima, Honkai Nexus Anima, that game, I'll try it, but we'll see what happens. I don't know how they're gonna do Gato with 2v2 auto test. I don't know how that works, but, if you have any thoughts on how that will work, let me know. I'm curious, I have no idea. I will stream every now and then. I streamed last night just for fun, for trying to pull for a student and Dungeons & and I failed, but I thought it was pretty fun. I hope you guys enjoyed being there. I will be streaming again today for the story. Hopefully that's fun. But yeah, I'll stream occasionally. Maybe I'll make videos here and there if I really feel like it. This video, I just wanted to make it, so I just wanted to give you guys an update on what's going on in my life and what's going to be happening in the future. Here we are. I don't know. I'll do something fun when something fun happens. You know, like opening a bunch of booster packs for Y Sports. Like a box of Azure Lane booster boxes. That's going to be fun. But yeah, thank you for watching. If anybody's watching, appreciate it. And hope I see you on one of these live streams occasionally just to say hi, okay? Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the future. Bye, future. Near future. Bye.
Kombatın kıyamı. Of. Kedma. Masa bunun bırakın nasıl bileyim.
Direkt kulabrale kızı.
Hun har 200k mass points som må ha liksom
Jeg burde definitivt fått
hvordan kan hennes fungere,
burde definitivt fått en million max for hvert tilbud. Jeg hadde ikke sagt mulig for ikke å ha noe tilbud. Nå får jeg bare vite det.
Sant. Men bro, hvordan jeg spiller Kiana er jo
Ja, hvis ikke man kan øke på det her. Det er ikke deg dårlig til.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
For det der, du bør gå fucking Power Correns first item, og så bare sweep den. Crazy meta.
Minions have spawned.
Ja, det räcker. Det var inte räcker med det.
Er det ikke det, eller?
Ja, det var det jeg sa, ass.
Ja, det er det faktisk. Det er så 1 sekund.
The eye that looks ahead for the safe course is closed forever. Reality.
so bad.
Of course, my life is gonna be.
1 million less. Disgusting. God.
Anyway. This will go on the graves of my enemies.
An ally has been slain.
Alabok. Actually, I'm so fast. Fan, använder TV. Ja, men jag ser färg på det här.
Du startar lite igen.
Ett till du.
Jag ser rätt ut. Och en gång.
I'm bad.
My turn.
I'm bad. Amen.
Yeah, the bait that's Russians or something like that. Holy crap. That's cool. That is so close. Jag har väldigt rädd för att han vill in. Double smart attack och sådär konstigt på någon cheese.
Vänta.
She can do that? Because han måste säga att det var väldigt jobbigt med hennes.
An ally has been slain.
ปวดไว้อะไรถึงไม่คิด
An enemy has been slain.
อะไรจะพูดสิ
I guess mid game is pretty much. Flash.
An ally has been slain.
Chasing the gold rush.
An ally has been slain.
I did it. Loki har been rushing Keanu litt, men hun bare landet dypet der, og så prøver hun liksom å klare det. Så det er ikke det.
Jeg fikk ikke det ganske garantert, med mindre du kan dashe eller ikke mer tillegg. Det er jo men det kan være dårligere når du tar dashe. Det er aldri kul, men
Nei, det var ikke noe. My bad.
Every day, every season.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
fuck off, you can shut down.
Cannon. Oh, God. Oh, you can chase me. Jeg vet ikke, men det der er bjørnen. Liksom, hvis jeg ikke hadde...
Enemy has been slain. An
Hvis jeg
ally
hadde
has
spilt
been slain.
som bjørnen der, det hadde vært liksom verst liksom ganken kunne ha gjort, men apparently okay.
Is in reality. And in donuts.
Okay, good, a huge win.
Varför ska jag göra det?
So winnable.
Ja, off before I got off.
It's pretty, I wouldn't know that it's all about the screen.
Windows and Google.
Penetrate lethality.
That's completed the 80. That's complete. Tadi lagi naik itu
Ja, men satt inne.
lagi nak tu kamar
Ja,
lari
han har mer scaling än Chase, that's for sure.
saya kamar berikat dah okey.
Sånn, han har ikke sånn sykt scaling, men han har bedre, liksom, mye bedre liksom bare på. Ja, men... Plus.
Rampage.
Okay, so I go next.
Aku dengar dia hasilkan dan abnormal damage pun tersebut.
Så.
Elite support agak
Hvordan gikk det ikke det? Sverige er liksom ikke så positiv.
okey.
An ally has been slain.
Just
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That is our purpose.
깔끔하게.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Oh, that just happened.
1 minute to do. Yeah, you hit. I built some tabletop retarded against the other hill. Lost the guy in pushing.
Nasty. Are we renting fighting?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the turret. Your team has destroyed the turret.
Så hadde alle kommet til å! Yaptım bu herhalde. Yeter. Langsam reddet seg inn, men ok. De drev og teipa til deg også, men ok.
Jeg tror det var litt av det man spekulerer. Men jeg må be honest. Jeg var bare veldig redd, fordi han kan virkelig bare one-shot meg, men jeg sitter med noe best. Let's pick it here. Pick it
Du kan ikke bygge MR mot verken Jarvan-greia. Det bare kan ikke. Det er impossible.
Research.
Og gå liksom to løyter er ganske nice. Så det er et dilemma liksom, enten de må bygge armer, men da går vi one-shot liksom, how they can. 또 알았다.
Leave for broken.
Vet du dette? Jeg hadde det. Jeg er litt tatt over. Jeg er litt tatt over.
Oh my god.
Ja, jeg tar over.
What the fuck, man?
Jeg tror dette skal være utenfor jeg bare løper inn. Ja, men jeg tror det. Hvor tok jeg ut? Topp, det.
Det er spørsmål.
Bare hjelpe til igjen. Jeg er ganske stor.
Hvordan
Hvis jeg vet jeg tror vi kan ta til det. Jeg tror det.
du kan få teste? Ja, det er det. Kanskje du kan få teste.
Jeg kan ikke høre litt på det.
Hvis jeg kan...
Å, titta hvilket hopp!
Se på min håpe, da!
Så var titta litt bare litt på høyre.
For en time wave, man, of course. Jeg må gjøre noe med Jason TP, man.
Bak den lille veiven. Nei, så kan jeg.
Ok, man, jeg har min egen TP.
Å, du hadde sånn det? Å ja, du hadde, å ja, ok. Du hadde den typen. Ok. Jeg tenkte her hvorfor sier jeg kan.
Så går man inn på nettet, sånn, i det skummet der det er ingen Så fin Ross, med 2000 under penetration, han klarer den. Ja, men det prøver ikke å klare den.
Ja, det kan ikke du.
Da tok han precision på den.
Da er jeg bare sånn. Jeg prøver faktisk, jeg prøver å...
Men det er fortsatt død, vi. crossing the road for Hades. Of course. My bad. Of course, talking about it. It is what it is.
Ja, ik kom erin. Nee, dit. Ja, dit moet nog. Of een hard naar de.
I'm sure can tell Drake I'd lead to stay alive. Men vi får så dårlig så kan jag kan bara
Amin, jangan kecil bisa få ner en fjärde. Han har så faktiskt med fallet efter det jävligt dumt. Jag tror det var bara det.
Just det,
one thing you said when you stepped away is that you're kind of done and that it's unfixable. But, or under its current form, the way people are approaching it. You can make it directionally better, but ultimately you can't fully fix the system. So, it would be accurate to say that even, like, unless you go, like, super draconian, like, you know, Genghis Khan level on cutting waste and forward, which you can't really do in a democratic country, an aspirationally democratic country, then, there's no way to solve the debt crisis. So we've got national debt that's insane, where the debt payments, interest payments for debt exceed our entire military budget. And that was one of the wake-up calls to me. Like, wait a second, the interest on national debt is bigger than the entire military budget, and growing. This is crazy. So even if you implement all these savings, you're only delaying the day of reckoning for when America goes bankrupt. So, unless you go full Genghis Khan, which you can't really do. So,
When becomes a handle.
so I think that the only way to get us out of the debt crisis and to prevent America from going bankrupt is AI and robotics. So, like, we need to grow the economy at a rate that allows us to pay off our debt. I just think what the family does appreciate the degree which, you know, the government spending is a problem. But, you know, like the Social Security website, this is under the Biden administration, on the website we say, like, based on current demographic trends and how much money Social Security is bringing in versus how many Social Security recipients there are, because we have an aging population, relatively speaking, average age is increasing. Social Security will not be able to maintain its full payments, I think, by 2032. Okay, so Social Security will have to start reducing the amount of money that's been paid to people in about 7 years. And so the only way to fix that, robotics, manufacturing, you've got to basically massively increase the economic output, which is another way to do that is AI and robotics. So basically we're going bankrupt without AI and robotics, even with a bunch of savings. The savings, like reducing which people can give up.
I'll try this. Yes, okay, ask Sun. Ask Sun.
Okay. Man, don't do it, candy, don't look at candy. So,
Cut this. Bye-bye.
who started racism? Yo, that's all I want to know who started racism, man. Who started racism? Yo, that's all I want to know who started racism, man. Give us a longer runway, but it cannot ultimately help our national debt. So what do you think the solution is to the jobs that are going to be lost because of AI and robotics, the jobs due to automation, the jobs due to no longer do we need human beings to do these jobs, AI is doing them. Do you think it's going to be some sort of universal basic income thing? Do you think there's going to be some other kind of solution that has to be implemented? Because a lot of people are going to be at work, right? I think there will be actually a high demand for jobs, but not necessarily the same job. So, I mean, this process has been happening throughout modern history. I mean, there used to be, like doing calculations manually with like pencil and paper used to be a job. So you can have like buildings full of people, cold computers, where the banks would, all you do all day is you do calculations. They didn't have computers. And then they didn't have physical computers that people do. Yeah. Well, it's just people just like answer calculations on piece of paper and that would be how banks would do, you know, financial stuff. And you'd have to literally go over the equations to make sure the books are balanced. Yeah, in most times it's just simple math. Like, you know, like in a world before computers, how did you do transactions? You have to do it by hand. So when computers were introduced, the job of doing, you know, bank calculations no longer existed. So people had to go do something else. And that's what's going to happen, that's what is happening at an accelerated rate due to AI and robotics. That's the issue though, right? The accelerated rate, it's just happening, like I said, AI is the supersonic tsunami. So, that's what I call it, supersonic tsunami. So, what other jobs will be available that aren't available now because of AI? Well, AI is really still digital. Ultimately, AI can improve the productivity of humans who build things with their hands or do things with their hands, like plumb, you know, literally welding, electrical work, plumbing, anything that's physically moving atoms. Like cooking food or you know, plumbing, like anything that's physical, those jobs will exist for a much longer time. But anything that is digital, which is like just someone at a computer doing something, AI can take over those jobs like lightning. Coding, manual, yeah. It can take over the jobs like lightning. Just like digital computers took over the job of people doing manual calculations, but much faster. So what happens to all those people? Like, what kind of numbers are we talking about? We lose most drivers, right? Commercial drivers, going to have automated vehicles, AI-controlled systems, just like there's certain ports in China, I think in Singapore, where everything's completely automated. Yeah, well, mostly, yeah. Yeah, so you're going to lose a lot of those jobs, longshoreman jobs, trucking, commercial drivers. But yeah, like, cars are going to be autonomous. But there's just so many desk jobs where really what people are doing is they're processing email, or they're answering the phone, and just anything that isn't moving actions, like anything that's not physical, like doing physical work, that will obviously be the first thing. But those jobs will be and are being eliminated by AI at a very rapid pace. And ultimately, working will be optional, because you'll have robots plus AI, and we'll have, in a benign scenario, universal high income, not just universal basic income, universal high income, meaning anyone can have any products or services that they want.
Do you agree with Mr. Netanyahu's statement?
I am not going to echo the words of Benjamin Netanyahu. I can, however, share my own words and say them right here. What has been so infuriating to me and to so many New Yorkers, frankly, is Benjamin Netanyahu's use of the hostages as a justification to continue a war that has only continued to endanger the lives of those very hostages as well as of so many Palestinians. And to have a mayor who went to the United Nations to watch his address and then thank Benjamin Netanyahu for defending the Western world and our way of life. Those are the words that Eric Adams said. I can't even begin to explain the offense that brings to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. How can we describe the killing of a child once an hour, every hour for close to 2 years as a defense of our way of life? That is not a way of life that any of us practice in this city. Do you agree with Who started racism? No, fact, I want to know who started racism, man.
So this is the well in the lake on the letter. Is this the St. Clapton?
Ой, да. Одну попробую. Ой.
Никит, знаешь, что ты можешь ставить. Я имею в виду, вот это решить. Ты ставишь просто вот так, понятно. Вот это вот нельзя считать. А вот тот режим, вот это редко туда. Потому что там будет печка, а не микроволновка. Знаешь, просто микроволновка, там получается вот такая духовка, это, маленькая, и микроволновка. Хорошо. Понятно, да? Вот если ты просто классишь, то а если сколько есть, то вот это. А если просто письма по 2 секунды печку, то ставим на что? Я решил, что есть помещение кофе. Я сушила сейчас. Сейчас она погреется быстро. Потому что ты сюда больше лучше перечи. Я ее еле открыл. Ну что здесь эти всякие? О, они уже внутри. Потому что эти волны, они попадают внутрь. Так, давайте. Нужно раскурить гладко, ты разделишь свой нож. Когда начитаешь, ты можешь фокус. Если курица. Что тебе немножко не понравилось?
Ever since the release of Reverse 1999, one character has been living completely rent-free in my mind. Vertin. She's a timekeeper who records historical events by following the passage of time, which is seemingly going backwards because of the effects of the mysterious storm. Now, even though she's the main character of the game, there are many things that we still don't know about her. So in this video, I want to talk about the unsolved mysteries surrounding Vertin that I found really interesting, which has literally kept me up at night ever since I started playing the game. Now, before we start, this video does have spoilers for the first 4 chapters of the game, so if you haven't completed those chapters, make sure to come back to watch the video. I'm sure we've all heard this line before through trailers and within the story as well. It's quite hilarious actually for some reason, but obviously it goes much deeper than that. For example, Vertin describes that when the storm first arrived on the eve of the new millennium, her memories had since blurred or become fuzzy. She also claimed that she wasn't even sure about the identity or the existence of her mother because every time she asked the Foundation, they basically ignored her. But the interesting thing was that during the conversation between Madame Two and Constantine in chapter 3, it's made very clear that Constantine seems to know about Vertin's mother. This Vertin is the one that we know of. She's special. Which solidifies the idea that Vertin's mother actually existed. But the thing is, the Foundation has always kept the truth about her mom a secret, also going far as to hide the existence of the storm from orphan children by manipulating them through the usage of propaganda, which begs the question, are there deeper links or connections between Vertin's mother, the storm, and the Foundation? In my personal opinion, it's probable because the Foundation has always been extremely suspicious, not to mention Vertin seems to show extreme ability, which allows her to resist the effects of the storm, but as to how and why, it's still unclear and quite mysterious. But to go back to Vertin, why were her memories of 1999 blurred or fuzzy? Well, maybe we can find some answers from the dialogue shared between Vertin and Artuna, the leader of Menace and Decay. During the time that Vertin was captured by the hands of Menace and Decay, Artuna asked Vertin a question. The Foundation experiments on the orphans of our age. Is this true? Yes. If you want to keep the Artuna antibody, I'm going to the storm. And I'm willing to trust the subject. Now, if we fast forward, when Vertin was under the hallucinations of Artuna, Snyder treats Vertin with eventual exposures of that, which causes Artuna to witness something very shocking. Nothing's back. I can see its eyes back. Oh. Interesting. Now these are just my personal speculations from the dialogue, but perhaps the reason why Vertin's memories are all fuzzy and blurred is because of the human experiments that were done on Orphan Artunus, and Vertin being on the receiving end of these horrendous events. But the interesting thing is that if the lines, as Artuna describes, were potential scars, what about the suggested depictions of the moon and the eyes on Vertin's back? If my memory serves me correctly, throughout the game the word moon appears several times. Now one example that I can remember was during the dialogue between Vertin and Regulus. The moon came out at sea, on the radio. Regulus had cried out, "Why pick the full moon? It was the beginning of the month, so it's impossible to have the moon in the sky. The real moon is to be left with you." They came that night. I was coming up. Maybe this has something to do with the ability to see the mutations of the storm. Or maybe it has something to do with the ability to survive the storm in general. But whatever the importance are in this moon and the eyes, it seems like it's very unique to Vertin, making her very special. As for exactly what the reasons are and what these references of moon and the eyes could be, is still quite a mystery. Now I'm pretty sure there are other instances of the word moon that was being showcased in the story, but I honestly can't seem to remember where exactly it was. So if you have any ideas of where they came from, or if you have any thoughts on this whole idea, make sure to let me know in the comments below, and I'll keep an eye out for the moon throughout my gameplay in the future as well. Now moving on to some other interesting mysteries, throughout my playthrough of the first 4 chapters, I noticed that the description of doves are constantly showcased in the game's story, which is very interesting when we think about a discussion in my previous video in regards to the symbolism hidden within the last couple of paintings. Vertin being positioned in the seat of Jesus was very suspicious initially, then as if to solidify this connection, Vertin's story throughout chapters 3 and 4, where she was in a coma to wake up later, seems to directly mirror the concept of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection. But what was more interesting was that after a little bit of digging, the doves also seem to have hidden meanings behind the story as well. So to put it simply, the dove is symbolized as the new beginning, possibility, or creation, and in Christianity often depicting the event of Jesus' resurrection and even the flood relating to Noah's Ark, which unironically links Vertin to the position of bringing about a new change, not to mention, several times in the game, Vertin's briefcase or her bag is referred to as the Ark. And if we go one step further, did you know that the releasing of doves at events like weddings and ceremonies aren't actual doves to begin with? They're actually white pigeons that masquerade as doves, and the reason to why is actually very simple. Doves have a hard time finding their way back home, unlike pigeons. The weirdest thing about all this is the fact that throughout the game, while the Lord depicts and associates the Foundation with doves, remember the mysterious, deep, omniscient voice, which you still have no idea who it is, constantly describes the Foundation and its members as pigeons. Pigeons value sense about anything else to decide and what could happen. Maybe suggesting yet another hint that the Foundation is hiding literally everything from the world and Vertin, portraying themselves as good, but in reality, everything was a facade from the very beginning. Now with that in mind, perhaps the biggest mystery of Vertin is what she's going to do in the future. So at the end of chapter 4, with the help of Madame Two, Vertin and her friends now gained autonomy to operate somewhat freely from the Foundation's direct jurisdiction, but as the story unfolds around the origin of the storm, Vertin's mother, human experiments, and suggested hints that Vertin will bring about a new beginning, what will happen to Vertin? Of course, you already know of Vertin's general objective, which was to find the truth about the storm and confirm the existence of her mother, but will the story be that simple? What will Vertin do when she is faced with more difficult choices in the future of the story? It seems to be a mystery that will only reveal itself as the story progresses, and in my opinion, all the foundational pieces being set around Vertin are absolutely fascinating. I most definitely continue playing through the story to learn the truth behind the world of Reverse 1999 and the fate of Vertin. If you have any thoughts on anything that was mentioned in this video, please let me know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed it, make sure to hit the like and subscribe for more content like this in the future. And I want to thank Reverse 1999 for sponsoring this video. Thank you so much for making this video possible. And if you've been playing and loving the game as much as I have, I'll leave links to their social media channels in the description below, so make sure to follow Reverse 1999 for more news, events, and stories coming in the future patches. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so we are talking Duet Night Abyss today. This is a game that I hadn't gone for quite a while, initially because it had been marketed as Anime Warframe. And as somebody who has a small handful of hours played in Warframe, I feel somewhat qualified to assess just how accurate this system is. In a nutshell, it's not really. But on a very, very surface level, they seem quite similar. You have, characters you can farm, weapons you can forge, instances with maps of farming materials, even the mission types are broadly similar. The modding system consists of human wedges and pulls up tolerance, which can be mitigated by changing the track of each slot, and the method of obtaining characters and weapons is vaguely similar to time farming, just, a bit more streamlined. You can use these clues which drop pretty much anywhere to purchase secret letters, which are basically the equivalent to Warframe 12. You go into a mission, they track them, they can Right. So in terms of systems, I won't say they're one-to-one, but they are pretty damn close. Now, as far as differences go, it takes a bit of playing to really see them, but once you get into it, you really see them. Duet Night Abyss doesn't incentivize multiplayer nearly as much. You lose your support when you go into a multiplayer zone. These are basically your sectors within Warframe. Mission restarts take longer, and outside of excavation and exploration, having more characters in your zone, or having more players in your zone, doesn't really make it run any faster. Right? Most of the time, it's just more efficient to run this game solo. Now, it is an open world game, which Warframe isn't for the most part, but the open world here kind of fulfills the same space that they do in Warframe. No one really cares about putting the Vital on or the Orb Ballot or the Most of the Blue outside of farming the stuff and getting out. It's very
It's manipulative. Thinking that half of it that's what the cat is going to get unless we will. Okay, we should look at like all frames like color.
but only really bother with it when you absolutely have to, or, when you want this. Granted, that's basically a bit of any open world gotcha in the year of 2025, but I think it still does bear mentioning. So yeah, in terms of superficial aspects and action, you will find several similarities between the two games. However, when you move into the actual direction of focus, you begin to see a very significant divergence in design philosophy. And it is also where we see Duet Night Abyss gotcha roots really manifest. Because even if they took away the character gotcha, it was still technically a gotcha zone, right? Now, in terms of design ethos, the two are markedly dissimilar. Duet Night Abyss follows the very prevalent gotcha design philosophy of a character-centric style of progression. Everything serves to augment the character. And I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but in a system where your ability to obtain new characters and equipment is heavily restricted, the natural inclination then is to focus on the pieces of build that A is most visually dominating for the majority of the time, right? People want to see their set, and B offers the most diversity in terms of play patterns, i.e. the character, right? And that kind of dictates where priorities gravitate, because that's where the money is. The character is the focus, everything else is auxiliary and supportive. For example, if you're playing Genshin, you're not pulling on a weapon because you think that smashing weapon out enough is going to result in you doing a appreciable amount of damage, but because the weapon plays well into the character's strength. Like, you're not pulling on the weapon for its usability as a weapon, you are pulling on it based on what it can offer your benefit to the character. They are basically utility tactics. Warframe, on the other hand, is much more modular in nature. The system is a lot more decentralized. Your frame doesn't necessarily need to be the centerpiece of your build, it's just another aspect of your arsenal. And the possible baseline for each part of the kit, whether it be your frame, your primary, your secondary, your melee, is at least, serviceable if not outright excellent. Weapon play is not dictated by which frame allows for it, so that certainly does help, but by that weapon's own merit. Each piece of your loadout is individually usable. And by far the most significant and direct consequence of this difference is just the sheer diversity and flexibility of what you're able to do with the game. Like, Duet Night Abyss is very month in, and we're already seeing sort of the similarity of weapons percolate towards the top in terms of builds, and they tend to be the ones that boost character skills. And that makes sense, right? Skills are your bread and butter when it comes to combat, so anything to amplify that is going to be disproportionately favored, while everything else is sort of falls to the wayside outside of some very, specific entities. And this doesn't just stop at the gear either. Characters that are focused more towards support are invariably relegated to the same level of significance as your weapon. Like, sure, you can solo Daphne can do damage, Rebecca can do damage, Truffle and Filbert can do damage, but they are supporters first and foremost. If you attempt to go the DPS route and play them as your main character, you are going to be fighting a very, very steep uphill battle, especially as you get closer and closer to endgame, to the point where you just can't really feasibly run them. And I think this is exacerbated by the fact that Duet Night Abyss is a game where you only get to control one character at a time, right? Meaning that trying to actively play a sport comes at a huge opportunity cost when damage output, making some content just impossible if you're trying to run it with a character. Whereas if you think about Genshin or Rua or whatever other team-focused game, you still get to play with this support, right? Before pop out on rotation, you do their ceremony for now. Sure, their field time will be pretty minimal, but at least you still get to play your character, which isn't really the case with DNF. So what happens then is that more often than not, you set those characters as your supports and forget them. They're essentially just another specialized tactic that does stuff to assist your main character. And the fact that weapons in this game are mainly just unit amplifiers means that you can't even really rely on the damage to mitigate a character's shortcomings and don't support that way. In contrast, take for example Warframe's Trinity. She is a support friend and a particularly outdated one at her passive attack, and her skills are not worth the energy it takes to cast them. That being said, you can still easily take her through endgame content because weapons can function as a standalone system, which kind of ameliorates her subpart kit. Like Trevor Later on that lady in Awesome Head, and will be good for 99.99% content. It doesn't matter if your frame does nothing, because other parts of your build can take up the slack. And this leads me to another point, right? The overall role diversity and incentive to fill those roles just isn't quite there. So for example, again, Warframe, you want to play a primarily caster style, fine, you can go Overrun, you can go Lava, you can go Terran. You want to shoot shit, great, you can use a weapons platform like Wisp or Mirage or Yorelu. You want to be immortal and just sit in survival for 6 hours, then you can do that. You want to farm more efficiently, you can get double drop with Necros or Korra, or I guess Atlas if you're really hoping. And if you want to be an absolute fixer on the earth and have your teammates with every member of your lineage past and future, you can always play Limbo. you are not only able but encouraged to go differently and making that change and do it, right? Everything can serve a purpose depending on what other thing you're trying to do in that zone. There's very little opportunity cost when dumpstering your friend's personal damage because then you are continuously to supplement that. On the other hand, what matters is just a damage sense. Basically, I'm going to be very real with you, that's what most of the games is. And most of shooter requires you to kill a certain amount of damage within time limit, disproportionately favoring characters that can output a lot of damage in a small window of time. There's no incentive to run immortal builds, looting builds don't exist. Weapons are only viable if the character facilitates it somehow. Character viability basically boils down to who makes the biggest numbers come up when you hit Q or E. Right? If you're looting rifles in complex and there's very little reason to run anything else. The elite system is simpler, the goals are more single-minded, and as a result, it's much easier to solve to do. So even if the systems are similar, the way you can utilize the system and what aspects of the gameplay to prioritize is wildly different. Now moving on, we're going to round it all out with probably the most important aspect of the game, the journalism, as we young people say. Now, while you normally assume that the clear winner here is doing this due to the character generally appearing more human, allow me to present a counterpoint. Let him cook! Let him cook now! Let him cook! I said let him cook! But I know a lot of you probably aren't trying to talk about this, man. Now, just aside, more broadly I'm talking about aesthetics and cosmetics. And this is where I think things can be a bit misleading on doing this side. Right? One of the selling points for the game was the idea of the freedom of customization. In the promotional material, you were shown to be able to color different parts of the outfit and weapons while also being able to put various accessories. This is a very clear parallel to Warframe's own customization system. And in Duet and Abyss, you can do that, albeit in a very limited fashion. Right, to start with, you can't color those skills. If you do not have an outfit for a character, you cannot color that character. But how do you alter the colors? Well, in Warframe, you have a set of palettes initially, and you can also make a one-time purchase of additional color cards using the currency platinum, and just use all of those colors without restraint. In Duet and Abyss, you use dyes. Dyes are one-time use, pulled from a very limited palette, and must be purchased from the inventory store, and are limited to a certain number of purchases per month, which, I mean, it probably won't matter because you don't have enough outfits to actually use up all those dyes to begin with. And the currency for all this, gacha currency, baby. Because this is still a gacha game. The focus has just shifted from a character and weapon gacha to a purely cosmetic gacha, which frankly I've never been opposed to. Right? Now, to be more specific, the very core dyes may be purchased with auction, which is your full currency, and the monochrome black and white shirts can be purchased with prisms, which is the residual currency when you get duplicates. And that is a whole lot of words to show that building out your character is currently very much in oil territory. Now, here has expressed an openness to having cosmetics available to other means, however, at the time of this video that has not gone through this yet. But isn't all doom and gloom though, as the gacha system is at least fairly lenient by modern standards. Kudu is at 90 polls, which isn't fantastic. However, the 50-50 or more accurately 33-33-33 system in this game only exists nominally, really. It's basically a toss-up of either win or win harder. But there is a 32% chance of either getting great outfit, 25 prisms, or 50 prisms. And if you check out the shop, the outfit itself can be exchanged for 25 prisms. Additionally, they put a pulls an outfit for 25 prisms, so basically as long as you manage to play gold pull, you can't really lose. That being said, there's different carry between banners, so I highly recommend accounting for the whistles and only pulling if you have enough carry. It's still a gacha, you're still going to have to amass pulls in order to have any reasonable expectation of getting what you want, and coloring things is still fairly firmly out of the question unless you're willing to drop money. That being said, it's cosmetics. It's entirely a luxury system, so I can't be too upset in that regard. And for a lot of you, this probably doesn't matter. Like, as I'm assuming the primary audience is the gacha demographic, and most of the popular gacha games on the market today don't even have a really robust customization system to begin with, if any at all. But it's probably just enough that very little of the actual gameplay is flawed behind any sort of paywall, and honestly, I would have to agree. However, for those of you who do look to decorate your characters and consider fashion to be the true emblem, this very well could be a deal breaker, as the progress on that front is likely to be either incredibly expensive or incredibly slow. But yeah, that's the comparison. There are some other differences that I think are a lot more minor, but this is just what immediately stuck out to me when I was playing through the game. Is Duet and Abyss just anime Warframe? Not really, no. The DNA is the same, but the expression is vastly different. It's like that distant cousin you have on the other side of the country because their grandpappy had a secret family that no one knew about. Like, you might share his deep jawline in general the same for certain groups of people, but he's busting it down sexual style on Wall Street while you're stuck in the middle of nowhere putting the flags in the back. They're not even remotely the same game in terms of, gameplay and progression and design philosophy. It's not even really that close. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, honestly, I find it a little bit restrictive, but I don't necessarily hate it. There is a different approach there, and it definitely leans into the more gacha-esque style of design quite heavily, but it's still plenty entertaining. And more importantly, I don't think it should start to be Warframe, because at the end of the day, once the novelty wears off, it would need to be something more robust, something more individual to truly return players. I don't think being a less refined Warframe but anime would be enough to carry us long term. So the fact that it is individual in terms of its design, albeit into gacha territory, is something at the very least. And I mean, who knows, like, the game and the company are still fairly young. Maybe as time goes on and they find their footing and their core audience and really hash out what makes money and what people are willing to allow, the game eventually gets that same treatment of constantly, iterating and adjusting and adding to it that has resulted in Warframe being the fine product that it is today. I don't know. I mean, the devs seem to have a genuine love for the game, and there clearly is some, degree of confidence in its long-term success. I mean, the gacha alone was an incredibly bold move to make, and I think if they were just in it for a quick buck, it would have been much safer to just stick with the tried and true gacha model, right? So I do have hope. But I can do it. Thank you to Pump Aerostar, Chip the Second, Bones and Apple, and Peter BTV for supporting me and being YouTube members, and thank you to Neo Suez and Chip again for the 10 gifted membership each. So it really does mean to come. And for all of you, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will be seeing you on the next one, alright? Bye-bye. A woman who miscarries to get 30 years. Hard policies. Are you going to get the or are you going to pay I'm going to ask questions. Which is the honest in your life? Why don't you say that you're on the way? So hard to be honest. You said Israelis like to do. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open fields. You can say whatever you want.
Jim, the door opened over there.
Look at the phone. Perhaps to alert the lunar goddess of our arrival? Let's go and see. By the way, if you get trapped at the bottom of this pit, you wouldn't die. Cork. Someone found that dog. Let's split up and investigate how to open this door. By the way, have you encountered a flower at the lake bottom? Touch it and you'll go blind, but your hearing becomes sharper.
You see it here? What flower is it?
Not certain, but it resembles the moonlit flower described in the scroll. According to the scroll, they should be saints. Why would they be here? Just to be careful. Are you okay? Careful. The door's open.
I know that I was filled with graceful handwriting. Very different from the one.
Boom. Craft medicine in this game? Ay, ay, ay. I've done all of these legacy ones. Hmm. What the fuck did I even click on? What happened here? Hmm. I just look at like characters. Oh, dude, there's too much equipment to get out of the room. There's a chance to craft something. What do you need? Hmm. Yeah, I can either be a healer or a scholar. Let's be a healer.